Alrighty, we're going to get going on day 120 of Blueprints. Let's get it going. I'm kind of hoping for a tomb at this point. A tomb or a shrine. A tomb or a shrine. For the outer room, you know. So I have 90 steps because I ended the day 119 with a sauna. I also ended with a darn it, I've got a key card and a master key, but not a third item. I was supposed to have a third item. See, the issue is I ended with a moon pendant, which is why I have the master key. The moon pendant chose to keep my key card, but I was already going to get a key card because I ended my day in a break room, which would give me a key card. So if the moon pendant had chosen any second item other than a key card, I'd have 3 items. But with a key card and a master key, I can get through all doorways. So I will need to deal with gems. Now I'm starting with 4 gems rather than 2 because I also had a morning room yesterday. And I have 4 regular keys, which I don't really need to use for doors at all. But I got those from a clock tower. And I have I'll pick up my allowance of 142 coin. And I have 54 stars. I have Banner of the King, but I have not chosen my color yet, and I do not have any blessing at the moment. So let's go pick up allowance. That works. And then make a wish, and we're going to go see if we can get a useful outer building. Like a shrine or a tomb, those are my first 2. Those are my preferences. We'll take a shrine. Okay. So let's think about what we want to do here. Blessing of the Monk is good, because we were trying to figure out what rooms, do different things when drafted outside versus inside. And the treasure trove is one such room. We learned not to put the foundation outside. We learned that the hard way. The cloister doesn't really help. I'm doubtful the entrance hall would help. Suka Passage does not help. Did I try Throne Room? Doesn't seem like it would help. So I could do Blessing of the Monk again. Or I could do Blessing of the Gardener. Get a bunch of courtyards. Blessing of the Dancer, use a gem to rotate a floor plan. But if I get the ornate compass, then I'll be able to rotate floor plans for free. So, without having to spend gems. So let's not do Blessing of the Dancer. I don't need Blessing of the High Roller, really. So I'm looking at the Gardener, looking at the Chef, looking at the Tinkerer, and the Monk. So the 4 I'm really looking at. Let's play around with the monk some more. You know, let's try more things with the monk. So we're going to do the monk for 5 days, which is 32 to make it 5 days, plus 14. 32 plus 14 would be... No, let's not do 5 days. Let's do 4 days. So that's 16 plus 14 is 30. 30 even. Yeah, let's do 30. Let's do 4 days. So 30 even. Nah, we'll go ahead and do, well, we'll go ahead and do a 5th day. So a 5th day would be 32 plus 14. So 46. Yep, okay, we'll do 46 coin. I don't know how many rooms I want to test. Let's only do 4 days. I know I'm going back and forth. 16 plus 14 is an even 30 coin. We'll just do 4 days because I don't know how many more rooms I want to test outside. That should be Blessing of the Monk for 4 days. Blessing of the Monk for 4 days. Yep, okay. I am looking forward to next time I draft Tomb because I want to take a look at the angel statues again and try activating them in a different order. But that won't be today. We also don't have a foundation for a number more days. I don't really need a utility closet immediately because I have a key card. Workshop will give me an item. A sledgehammer is useful. So, good item. Excuse me. Oh, man. Observatory for sure. Oh. Southern Cross rooms with 4 doors, but that includes archives and weight rooms, so we're not going to activate Southern Cross because I don't want to make those 2 red rooms more prevalent or more likely. I do care about gems at the moment. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to choose my Banner of the King. Okay, let's do gold. Because I want a commissary and I want a showroom. Showroom in particular. This gives us more doorways. We'll do this. Don't really need a garage, I don't think. Do dining room. More doorways. We'll do the... I don't know. I'm going to hold off on the commissary for now because I'm trying to think. I want a showroom, what I really want. I'm not sure what the commissary would sell that I need. I don't want to spend a gem on it at the moment. Because I have a sledgehammer. That's the big thing. I don't necessarily need a shovel today. Depends upon what the lab experiment is, but we don't know what the lab experiment is. So I don't need to buy a shovel until I find out what the lab experiment is. Because I don't need to dig up keys today. I don't really need extra money today. Oh, man. Something's itching my nose, making me sneezy. Okay. So if I don't need extra coins or extra keys, so I really don't need a metal detector. I don't really need a shovel. I've got a lot of steps right now, so I don't necessarily need a sleeping mask. If I end up with a moon pendant if I can get a showroom and buy a moon pendant, I don't necessarily want a lot of items that I'm not going to want to carry over to the next day, right? So don't necessarily want a commissary. This will give me make another item available. It might be a battery pack or a broken lever, but it might be a shovel. It could be a brass compass. Could be a magnifying glass. Don't need those things. Spending a gem on an aquarium. I can't rotate. And I don't need the doorway down, so let's hold off on the aquarium. So let's just do this for the extra doorway. Yeah, I don't need that broken lever, so let's... I want a showroom. It's not showing me a showroom. I'm going to take the kitchen for the doorway up, plus we might be able to, you know, get a morning room if we can eat bacon and eggs today, which I do not know. No bacon and eggs today, so we could have tomato soup. We don't need any of those things. This is a fine place for a conference room. We'll do that. Courtyard headed this direction. Perfectly good. Can bust this thing open. I really want a showroom. And I think it knows I want a showroom. Aquarium doorway here at the cost of a gem. Let's just do mailroom because it might give me some gems. We got an order placed. It won't trigger until we get up to here, though. Oh. Hallway. Boiler room costs a gem. It does give me a doorway up. Hallway does not cost a gem, so let's do hallway. Well, that's a dead end. However I look at it, so let's just do this one. Unless I do a redraw, but... could I do a redraw here? I could. I'll try a redraw. I can get through the doorway of the closed exhibit, and it doesn't cost me a gem. But I'll spend a gem on the commissary just to see what the commissary is selling. I just think it's probably a waste of a gem. Yeah, see, it's selling the shovel and a metal detector that don't, and a sleeping mask, none of which do I necessarily want right now, and that's kind of what I was expecting. I was even halfway expecting the salt shaker, so, because there's a limited number of items that it could sell. Okay, so package and dinner, all of that is ready. Let's do treasure trove for sure. More for the note in the box than for the coins, but we'll pick up the coins for sure. Yeah, the treasure trove is getting, like, meaty coin-wise. This is a blue moon box. So let's add this to our... So this is day... $120. This is a blue box. Moon. We do not know if this is true or lie. Yeah, we don't know if this statement here is true or lie, because our prior statement, we don't really have a prior statement about blue boxes. We have a prior statement about white boxes, but this is a blue box. But we have a prior statement about boxes marked with a moon, but it says boxes marked with moon always contain false statements, but that itself was in a box marked with a moon, so that itself had to be a false statement. Which means that this here is not necessarily a false statement. Right, is the quandary. But okay. We'll eventually narrow down, and it'll have to start telling us something new and useful. Well, one hopes. I'm fine with the chapel. It gives us an opportunity to go here if we get a secret garden or something. But more to the point, it gives us a doorway right here. Okay, break room. I'd like to rotate that break room, but I cannot. So we're gonna do this. So we have another potential allowance quest. We have a potential allowance quest for today. Should we open up a door to the antechamber? And anything I put here was going to be a dead end, so I just chose the one that might be beneficial. We're doing a lot of setup days. We're kind of biding our time until some revelation comes along. Like, I don't know what I'm looking for revelation-wise. Let's detour down to the mailroom. I want the gems. I'm going to leave the brass compass for now. I want today's experiment and/or showroom. Still no showroom. Showroom was supposed to be a commonplace or standard room, something like that. 2 gems, some coins. That's not good. Let's... Don't really want a dead end here. So let's redraw. Oh, well, we could start today's experiment. Or we could get the Cloister of Dowja. I like the Cloister of Dowja. Let's do that. I just really wish I hadn't had to pick between the two of them. I'm opening this, but I can't dig up anything, so there's really no reason to open it. But now, can we pick a room with a bird? I'll do a planetarium. It's not going to have a bird. I don't think coat check. Did that have a little bird? I'm going to do planetarium. It doesn't have a bird. I mean, it doesn't have an animal. But we can end our day there for 2 extra stars. Now let's see what we can do over here. Terrace. I don't think the terrace has an animal. We like the pool, though. But it doesn't have an animal. So we didn't trigger the ability of the cloister, really. Before we go in there, let's see what we can do up here. I'd like to get a room with a bird, or room with an animal. But I'm not going to pass up the showroom when it's right here. This has animals. Let's do this and hope the showroom comes up again. I did pick gold with my banner, so Shepherd's Guiding Light, so we increased our stars by 2. Plus, it gives us extra doorways. We can come over here. Get a special 2 gems to get a special key and a doorway up here. It's a prism key. It's not a secret garden key. That's a shame. This is a blue room, so master key. We'll do reading nook. The library would head us up here. Sure. Doesn't do anything else for us, but I don't want to spend rerolls. I can't afford the trophy room. This is just so we have another way. I spent some rerolls on that. I realize a waste of stars, I think, but it gives us another way into the antechamber, you know, if we wanted to go there. So now I need to go, not here. Yeah, I guess I have to go here. I have to go here. And then go here. And then go here. And from here, I'm going to go to the pool and then try to go up here. We just have this whole bottom part of the house to do. I'm gonna go pool. Where's the pool? There's the pool. Alrighty. I want to go up before I go down. Definitely the showroom. We want a moon pendant. We want an emerald bracelet. We want an ornate compass. Silver spoon, I don't think we really need. Alrighty. Let's do... let's see if we can get a secret garden key from the break room. Reverse the digits is 21, nearest 10, so that's 20. Plus 5 is 25, reverse the digits is 52, nearest 10 is 50. Divided by 10 is 5. 13 divided by 3 is 12 and a third, but rounded to the nearest whole number is 13 divided by, no, I'm sorry, it's 12. Divided by 3 is, wait, sorry, 13 divided by 3, rounded to the nearest whole number, is 4 and a third, so it's going to be 4 divided by 3. 4 thirds divided, rounded to the nearest whole number, is 1 divided by 2 is 0.5, rounded to the nearest whole number is 1. Not a secret garden key. Okay. We can end our day here for a key card, but the moon pendant might choose to give us a key card anyway. We have no control over that. Okay, now let's go down from the pool. Let's go straight down. Corridor. We probably want to end our day in a planetarium rather than the break room, to be honest. Oh, I have Blessing of the Monk, don't I? So I need to pick a room that I want to draft the next day. Yeah, maybe not the planetarium. I forgot I have Blessing of the Monk. I don't want to waste Blessing of the Monk. That lets me spend gems on redraws. I've yet to start an experiment today. This does not have a fireplace or a animal. Okay. We're going to come over here and start doing this area of the house. Let me take a look at... I think I want to change my chest power, because I don't know that Banner the King is necessarily helping me a whole lot. So if I was going to do chest power, I need an office or a throne room today. I have a study. I have a chapel. I have a treasure trove and an observatory. I have a reading nook, and I have plenty of pawns. So really, I just need a office or a throne room if I'm going to try to do the chess puzzle today to change my chess power. Uh, I don't think there's anything else I need money for today, so. I don't intend to get a furnace. So I'll just go ahead and eat. Okay, and then we can start doing this area of the house. And we need to start so I want a throne room or an office. Oh, I can rotate. I'm going to do the coat check because I might end up with a clock tower today. Okay, so there's no animal in the coat check. Okay, no animal in the coat check. I thought there was maybe a little bird on a... There's a little bird on a little wire in some room, but I haven't found that room, so maybe I'm imagining it. But no animal here. Okay, I'm glad I didn't do that off of the cloister. Security, we're going to rotate it. Might as well rotate it one more time. And then we can start the lab experiment late in the day. And gain a star. Each time you find, let's do find some trash while digging, because we're at the lower part of the house, so we're less likely to encounter security doors, but I can buy a shovel and dig up some spots if I want to. Okay, so the commissary is here, and there's dig spots here, here, here. Okay, so that's maybe a latter part of the day thing to do, not a not right now thing to do. Let's go here. Let's rotate the drawing room, because I have access to here from here, so I can rotate it so the drawing room gives me access to there. There we go. Access to here and here. That's good. So I want the office or the throne room so that I can do chess puzzle again. Let's see what this does. Don't need the secret passage. I don't need any of that, so let's do a free redraw. Now, let's do this for the doorway over to here. We'll do another break room. Open for a special key. So this is 28 divided by 14 is 2. Times 12 is... No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 28 divided by 14 is 2. Times 12 is... Right, 28 divided by 14 is 2. Oh, times 12 is 24. Minus 5 is 19. Oh, wow, okay. So this is 11 plus 19 is 30. Reverse the digits is 3. Squared is 9. Right? Yep. 9 plus 1 is 10. Reverse the digits is 1. Squared is 1. plus 2 is 3, plus 10 is 13, plus 13 is 26, plus 4 is 30. Reverse the digits is 3, squared is 9, plus 11 is 20, reverse the digits is 2, squared is 4. Silver key, not a secret garden key. Okay. We might not be doing an allowance quest today. Not the end of the world, but, you know. Actually, let's not go from here, because from here we get a free redraw. So let's go back this way and do it from here where we get a free redraw. We do want the office for reasons we stated previously. Pick up the gem. So we don't really need to spread coin. It would go to the conference room over here. Don't really need to do that, I don't think. I have 101 steps. I have plenty of steps. What I'm going to do is see if I don't think I can change my chess power midday, right? I don't think I can change it to the night and have it take effect today. But I'm willing to test that theory with my extra steps. So we're going to leave, go do the chess puzzle. Because I should have everything I need for the chess puzzle now. See if it will let me change it to the night midday. But I think it's starting next day is what I think it actually ends up doing. Okay. So, queen is e4, king is d3, bishop is b9, knight is a1, pawn is a2. Oh, no, queen. Sorry, queen. Oh, the knight is here, the pawn is here. And the rook is right there. Okay. So, rook. So if I do the rook, I get free rerolls in the corners. If I do the knight, I can have the armory. The armory is good when it sells me the axe, but it may have stopped selling me the axe. Like, it may have only sold the axe 3 times. But I don't know that for sure, right? Let's do the armory for a little while. Or the knight, which adds the armory to our draft pool. Okay, I don't know if that adds it to our draft pool today or starting tomorrow, but regardless, we did what we came to do, be it fruitful or not. I think Banner of the King is good. It's just super situational, meaning I have to want a particular color room more than other color rooms. Like if I had the Banner of the King when I was trying to do the Mechanarium, I could have said blue rooms. When I was trying to do a showroom run, you know, before the showroom, when the showroom was rare, I could have said gold rooms. Right now, the showroom is either commonplace or standard, so I don't really need to do Banner of the King to get the showroom to show up, you know. I did Banner of the King pretty early today, and it didn't show up until later in the day, so Banner of the King's not, you know, affecting it enough. There might be a time when I need to do black for the treasure trove, but I've made the treasure trove pretty much standard or commonplace, right? Same with the throne room. I've made those both more like, you know, showing up kind of rooms, right? So, you know, by adjusting the rarity with the conservatory, so I don't need the Banner of the King if I've already adjusted things the way I want them with the conservatory, right? But the only way to get the armory, the only way to have the option of the armory is to have the power of the knight, or the pawn giving us the power of the knight. I maybe should have taken the pawn, you know, but trying to get up to room 8, and then what was I going to pick with the pawn? Either the knight, most likely, or maybe the rook on occasion. Very rarely would I choose the bishop, right? So might as well just have the knight and have it at the start of the day without having to get up to rank 8, right? That's the thought. Now, whether or not it actually adds the armory to today's draft pool or not will remain to be seen. But we can just go ahead and start. Oh, well, it did. See? Okay, so changing the chess power happened immediately, which is good. It is not selling an axe, but I will take a Morning Star because it will increase our stars. If I had a Morning Star, I would not have gotten a Sledgehammer because a Morning Star is better for the moon pendant to keep than the Sledgehammer, right? I'm not going to buy these other two. I mainly just wanted to test that I could change the chess power and change it midday. It looks like I can change it midday. But maybe only once per day. Like maybe I can't go back and solve the chess puzzle again right now just because I have the armory, right? Gymnasium gives me a doorway this direction. I'm not really looking. That's fine. Got plenty of steps. I can do this room from here and this room from here or here. You could do Chamber of Mirrors. Don't know what that would do for me though. Sauna is good, but I'd be foregoing these two spots, but we'll do it. We like the sauna. We like having those extra steps, but I'm not going to pick up the running shoes. Secret passage would be good if, well, it wouldn't. I need, if there was space to get a hall, to get a great hall. See, I need a great hall in order to open the door to the antechamber. This is not said great hall. Let's do a redraw here. Let's do another gem-powered redraw. Wow, no, it's not gonna give it to me. There we go, Great Hall. Okay, so we can do an allowance quest. Not as important these days, but I can do it. I have enough steps. Might as well. Problem is I have a silver key and a prism key, and the moon pendant's more likely to give me those keys tomorrow than it is the master key, but I don't have an easy way to get rid of I don't have an easy way to get rid of those keys. This is basically the last room I can draft. And I want it to be a like a tomorrow room or something. Redraw. Okay, I gotta stop and just because I'm wasting stars. So we'll just do the wine cellar. And it has a dig spot. I don't have a shovel yet, but I do have an experiment for digging up trash. So now I need to come this way. And yep, okay. Let's do it. We're buying a shovel, nothing else, because we don't want to carry the other things. We want to... Now we're going to go back and dig up the courtyard, hoping to dig up trash. We're getting useful stuff, which is not useful. We wanted trash. Aquarium. Yeah, I gotta stop picking dig up trash as a trigger because we're not digging up trash these days. When we want keys, we dig up trash. When we want trash, we dig up keys. I should just go do the allowance quest while I'm up here. All right. And then, oh, sorry. I should dig up these spots. There's trash. So we've dug up one trash. All right, there's another dig spot in the wine cellar, but where do we want to end our day? We could end our day in the planetarium for 2 extra stars. We do not have a morning room. We could end our day in a break room for a guaranteed key card, but that's maybe less important than the stars. But we have Blessing of the Monk. So really, what room do we want to be outside tomorrow? Our choice for an outer room tomorrow. I'll be right back. Here's the thing. I had initially like mentally thought in my list of rooms to try, like this room, foundation, this room, entrance hall. But I don't want to do the entrance hall. The reason why I wouldn't want to do the entrance hall is for the same reason why it was a bad idea to do the foundation, because the entrance hall is a permanent room. And so what we don't want is the outer room to be always entrance hall, just like we didn't want it to be always foundation. So I don't think I want to end my day in the entrance hall. As interesting as that might be as an experiment, I think it could backfire, right? We know Treasure Trove puts a special chest out in there. We know Treasure Trove is special when it's outside, but we don't know how to open that chest. We don't know how to get the key to open that chest. Is that a puzzle we want to tackle day 121? Like, do we want to try that again or fail? But I feel like I need more information before I try that again. Right? Unless it's not always that same chest. But I feel like it is. I feel like it would be. We put room 46 outdoor, and that didn't do anything special. So we've tried room 46. We haven't tried the antechamber itself. Putting in an antechamber. Well, again, antechamber is the same problem as the foundation and the entrance hall. It's a permanent room. It doesn't go away. When we have to go through multiple days of trying to get repellent and get rid of it. Plus, those doors aren't open, right? We tried the cloister. We tried a secret passage. I think I'm just going to end my day in the planetarium, because then worst case scenario is then come day 121, if it gives me the option of the tomb and the planetarium, I'll probably pick the tomb over the planetarium. But if it's like the planetarium or the hovel and the schoolhouse, then I'll just pick the planetarium and have a guaranteed room that I could end the day in for more stars. Right, I want to build my stars up. Those are rerolls, and there are other benefits. Like right now, it's Inkwell plus some small benefit, but if we build our stars, they'll start being Inkwell plus Florealis, Inkwell plus twin chests, stuff like that. That's useful. Diamond major, 5 diamonds. So forth and so on. So we do want to build our stars up. We have a morning star. Yeah, I think I'm just going to end the day in the planetarium. Before I go to the planetarium, I will go ahead and dig up the dig spot in the wine cellar. So I have enough steps. So we're going to go back down to the wine cellar. So from here, we want to go to the conference room, to the, nope, wrong. We want to go this way. All the way over, all the way down. I have enough steps. Might be interesting to put the armory. Yeah. Well, I could do the showroom and just have access to the showroom immediately at the start of the day. You know, without having to draw the showroom. Same with the armory, but that might be interesting. Just be like, hey, look, I want to buy these items immediately with my hefty allowance. Okay. But I think right now getting our stars up is more important. That was nothing of interest, but it was not trash, so. So this is 1,213. 1213. Oh, we're not looking for any more safes. We already found like all the safes, right? Yeah. Anywho. Just feels like there should be more to do in this room, but I don't know what. Okay, so that was a waste of a detour. So really, do I want to end my day in the armory? Do I want to end my day in the showroom, or do I want to end my day in the planetarium? Let's presume it's going to be the showroom or the planetarium and head back that direction. I've got some steps. I'm going to see if it will let me resolve the chess puzzle again to change it back to... Nah, I won't change it back to Banner and the King. But I'm curious if it would allow me to. Can you just keep resolving the chess puzzle over and over again throughout the day, even though it has the same solution? I doubt it. That'd be silly. I think you can probably only do the chess puzzle once per day. But we got two chess puzzle benefits today because we did get Banner of the King. We used that, and then we got access to the armory, which came up, and we used that. So it is possible to use two chess powers in a day. Yeah, the pieces are still here, so removing them, you can't remove them and resolve. You can't resolve it once it's been solved for the day, which makes sense. Makes total sense. But it's useful to know that you can change it power and you can change it midday and get the effects of both powers. So what that means is what I could do in theory is get the armory, then get some rooms, solve the chess puzzle. Well, it doesn't really work as well in that order. Well, get the armory, get the chess puzzle, change it to oh, I have no foundation to go up. It's like I can go up the foundation. I don't have a foundation anymore. Alrighty. Yeah, I think I'm just going to end my day in the planetarium. I think the stars are more important to me than other concerns at the moment. All right, so we're going to end our day here, which should give us 3 more stars, 1 for the morning star and 2 for the planetarium. And then, yeah, I mean, in theory, we should probably try to be aiming to get our stars up to 100 because we did get a note. We got a true memo that said that 50 stars is not the biggest reward. Like there's a bigger reward in stars, so it's probably at like 100 stars. So we should probably be aiming to for that at to getting up to 100 stars. All right, let's call it a day. This was day 120, St. Holly Corporate Shopping Center of Prayers, conference room, office, mail room, 6 shop rooms, chapel, cloister, shrine. Total rooms 42. Rank reached 9. Steps taken 154. Items found 7. Okay. Well, thank you for being with me for day 120. I'll see you guys back again for day 121. Have a good one. Bye. Alrighty, let's get going on day 121 of Blueprints. Let's get it going. We're still operating in the moratorium of our foundation, meaning a couple game days past, we had to use repellent spray provided by Ann Babbage, left for us in the entrance hall, to get rid of a foundation that I had not mistakenly, and I didn't run this, I did it intentionally, but I didn't realize the negative consequences of it. But I'd put the foundation out in the outer room using Blessing of the Monk, and then it just kind of stuck there because foundation's a permanent room. It doesn't reset at the end of every day like the other rooms. So we had a foundation here and here, but this one was going to keep us from getting any more shrines or tombs or anything else for the whole rest of the game. So we had to use the repellent spray to get rid of this one, but the repellent spray, the way it works is it gets rid of all copies of that room and removes its floor plan from the draft pool entirely for a week. So for a week of game days, and I haven't been keeping track of that real well. But for a number of game days remaining to this game day and a number more remaining, we won't be permitted to redraft the foundation. When we do, we want to get it back here where it was, or maybe here, or here, one of these 3 spots, but we'll have several days before we have that opportunity. So anyway, I did end the day in a planetarium. So I got 57 and with a morning, and I had a morning star. So I'm at 57 stars. I had a moon pendant, and so it let me keep a prism key and a key card. I wish it had let me keep the master key, emerald bracelet, things like that. But we take what we get, right? And I had a sauna, so I have 90 extra steps. My allowance is at 144. All right, let's go pick up my allowance and pick the outer building for the day. Now, I ended my day, I have Blessing of the Monk again, and I ended my day in a planetarium. So I will have the option of drafting a planetarium there, but I also really want to check out something I'm curious about in the tomb. So, okay, so between these three options, I'll go ahead and do the planetarium. But I do want to do a tomb again when next, All right, there's no reason to go there. Well, I'll check it out. See, there's nothing special here about it being in the outer room. But I can end my day in this room and now if I do that, I won't be getting a new Blessing of the Monk room, which I should have thought of actually. But anyway, it is what it is. So if I want to use Blessing of the Monk, I have to end my day in a room in the house, and that room will become an option for the outer room the following day. If I want to forgo using Blessing of the Monk, I can just end my day in the outer room planetarium and get 2 extra stars and presumably no special picks for the outer room the following day, 122. All right, so we're a bit biding our time at the moment. I won't pick up that battery pack yet. Boudoir. Just kind of biding our time. We want to increase stars. We want to perfect our routine for setting ourselves up for the following day. Oh, I have Mantle of the Night, by the way. So I day 120, I switched out Banner of the King because I kept forgetting to use it at the beginning of the day. Oh, I'm going to go get my tea. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Apologies for that. Took longer than I anticipated because I thought I was just going down to retrieve my tea. I forgot I had not even made my tea. I boiled the water. You didn't have to wait for me to boil water, but I hadn't put in the tea bag, and I was actually out of tea bags and had to open the next box of tea bags, and so that whole thing took longer than I anticipated. But regardless, I'm back. So what I was saying is I hadn't really been taking good advantage of Banner of the King, and I do want the armory because the armory will sell me a Morning Star, which helps me increase my stars, which is a thing I'm trying to do. And if it will ever sell me the axe again, I'd love it. Because when we use the axe, we permanently remove the gem requirement of a room from the room directory, right? Any room we want from the room directory. Doesn't have to be a room that we've drafted today, even. So we've gotten to use the axe like 3 times, I think. Buy it and use it 3 times, and then it's just been a bunch of self-igniting torches. So, but even if the armory never sells us the axe again, which would be disappointing, but even if it didn't, it still sells the Morning Star. So in my pursuit of increasing stars, it's helpful in that way. Whereas Banner of the King, I kept forgetting to use it at the beginning of the day, and I was really only using it to get more gold rooms, but the gold rooms are all kind of commonplace anyway. And I really only need the gold rooms, to buy out the commissary and the showroom. Those are like the 2 gold rooms I need. I don't need gift shop anymore. I don't need, So, and I used Banner of the King once to make black rooms more prevalent, but there was only 2 black rooms, 2 black prints so far, throne room and treasure trove, both of which I've made either standard or commonplace, so I get those pretty regularly without help of Banner of the King. So until I need to do something again where, like when I was chasing down the showroom, I should have used Banner of the King, did not. When I was chasing down the gift shop to buy blueprints, I should have had and used Banner of the King, did not. When I was chasing down the mechanical rooms and mechanarium, should have used Banner of the King for blue rooms, did not. So all of the times that I've actually been chasing down specific rooms of a specific color, I've missed all of those opportunities to use Banner of the King because I hadn't solved the chess puzzle the first time yet, didn't realize how easy it actually is to solve, didn't realize Banner of the King was a thing, didn't know Banner of the King was a thing. So I did all of those challenges in, the hard way, right? So now there's not really any particular room color that I need to see at the moment that I'm aware of. I mean, there probably is, but not that I'm aware of. Once I become aware of like, oh, I need a bunch of green rooms, or I need a bunch of, whatever, purple rooms or whatever to, complete some puzzle or, some challenge, in pursuit of game progression. Then I'll resolve the chess puzzle, get Banner of the King again, and go use it strategically. But until then, I think having the armory every day is a more consistent tactical / strategic benefit. It's a more consistent strategic benefit at the moment. So I've got Mantle of the Night so I can have armory in my draft pool every day. All right, enough blabbing. Let's get back to, okay, I have no keys. Well, I have a prism key, but that's less than helpful. Workshop gives another item. It's probably going to be a broken, oh, okay, it's a compass. I'm not going to pick it up right now because I want a moon pendant and I don't want the moon pendant to keep a compass. Don't want to spend 2 gems on a veranda. Let's do this. Get 2 regular keys. Car keys, I'll leave there for the moment. We always like the pool. Now, I don't have a sledgehammer yet. So I can't open those yet, but the pool also lets us have the sauna later in the day, or, you know, sometime today, and we love the sauna. We love the sauna. Because having starting the day with 20 extra steps means that we don't have to chase, we don't have to worry about our steps as much. We don't have to chase, you know, ways to get more extra steps. We sometimes still need to get extra steps, but we don't have to chase that. We don't have to stress it so much, you know, because 90 steps is enough to basically go through the entire house and then once more again, you know, because it's 45 times 2. One gem for 3 keys, but then I won't have 2 gems for the showroom. And yet I do need keys. And I know exactly where car keys are, so I'll go ahead and get the car keys and use those. I just hope I get I'd like a gem back. No, but I've got secret garden key, and I'll take the lockpicks. Okay. If I get a master key, I will then, you know, bemoan the fact that I have a lockpick kit, because I don't want a moon pendant to keep that, but for the moment I have doors like this door, which still can't be picked, so that's great. I could use regular keys on those trunks there and hope that I get some gems. Ooh. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna be inefficient stepwise. We're gonna come back down here. And get another gem. There we go. Now we have 2 gems again. Or we will as soon as I pick this up. Now I have 2 gems again and some doorways. And what I want is I want a showroom. I'll accept a commissary. And an observatory. I've got to do the observatory, so back down to 1 gem. But the observatory might give us gems. Nope, it's going to give us a key. So it gives us inkwell, so we can use stars for rerolls. It gives us a key. I want to try to not use inkwell today. I've used it a few times in the last few days that I shouldn't have, because I rerolled into rooms I didn't really need, and it cost me stars that are, you know, that I'm trying to build up, right? I guess we're doing a dining room right here. Not the best place for it. Let's see. I'm gonna do a storeroom, get another, that gem. I really want to. I'm nervous having less than 2 gems because until I want to draft the showroom, but the showroom requires 2 gems. Commissary. I guess I'm doing a commissary. Maybe it will sell me gems. Not selling me gems. Not selling me a sledgehammer. Oh no, it is selling me a sledgehammer. Good. So sledgehammer. And I'm gonna hold off on the rest of that for the moment. But with the sledgehammer, I'll now go back over to the pool. So I'm going to leave this doorway alone for the moment. I know I'm backtracking a lot of steps, but reasons. Gem, good. See, if I'd used the key to open this, that would have been fine because it would have given me the key back, but there was no way to know. I guess if I'd used the key on this one, I would have had more keys back. But anyway, so between the 2 boxes, there was only 1 gem to be had. But I'm back at 2 gems, and I'm looking for a showroom. Security does cost a gem, but I have a key card, so I can make security level high, and I can start today's experiment. So let's do it. I didn't see the coupon book. There's a coupon book somewhere I missed. Yeah. I think it's a change of seasons right now. We're coming into late fall, early winter, whatever, you know. It's not winter yet, really, but we're coming into fall here. And something about the, maybe the humidity of the air has changed or something, but it's playing havoc with my throat and my voice. But I don't feel sick or anything. I'm not, you know, I'm not sick. Just got a dry throat and a scratchy nose. Scratchy nose is allergens in the air. Anytime the season changes, it changes the pollen count and the pollen type, which sets my allergies off. No new staff announcements. No new electronic mail. No new data transfer packet. We're gonna remote terminal. Laboratory. I should probably take a look at the glossary again, make sure there's no new glossary. I think all the glossary entries were unlocked by a previous event we did. But I should just take a look. I haven't looked at the glossary in a while to see if there's any new entries. It's not letting me add stars. I really wanted to. I did this so that I could start the lab experiment and try to add stars, but it's not letting me add stars today. Each time we draft an upgraded room, permanently increase our lockpicking skills. Sure. Small chest might have gems in it, but then it might only have coins. You know, like we don't have control over that. But permanently doing anything is, you know, a benefit down the road, right? So any permanent increase is a permanent benefit that goes beyond just this day. Okay. But I won't be so focused on that because it's not stars, and our lockpicks are kind of generally useless, which the whole point of increasing your lockpicking skills is to make them less generally useless, but still. Showroom, and I only have one gem. Oh, that hurts. Let's do the bedroom closet, see if we can get that second gem. No. But we did get a shovel. We saw the showroom, but we didn't have a second gem at the time. Sucks. I need the doorway, so we're gonna do the cloister of Daja. And I have a shovel, so might as well dig up these spots. In theory, I could have waited for maybe a broken lever, but this time the second workshop did not have a broken lever. I had a golden compass. If it had broken lever, I would have got the battery pack, the broken lever, made a jackhammer, and then dig these up, because then I could have dug up maybe gems. So what we're doing here is I want to draft rooms with animals, because that will give us 2 stars if I do so. Well, not a room with animals. There's a room that lets me get over here, though. At the cost of a few feet, but, you know. Let's redraw. Quest bedroom has an animal. It has a whale, I believe. That doesn't count. That whale doesn't count. It did not increase my stars. It did not. So I have to take that off the list of rooms with animals. I had it on the list because it has the depiction of an animal. But apparently that doesn't count. So quest bedroom comes off the list of rooms with animals. Then trophy room, I think they have mounted animals. I think the dining room does as well. The aquarium has live goldfish. The dovecote has live doves. Garden, I think, has birds. So the gift shop, the kennel has live dogs. If that whale does not count as an animal, then the gift shop also would not count as having an animal because it has a plushie of an animal, but not an actual animal. Well, that's a shame. I redrew and I got this quest bedroom. It also has a little sheep. It has a whale, it has a sheep, but those are just depictions. And the cloister says, for each room with an animal you draft. So it's not a depiction of an animal, it's an actual animal. That's a more narrow distinction. So, and the quest bedroom did not give us a second gem this time, which sometimes it does, but this time it did not. Which is a shame, because I could have used it. Do the walk-in closet and hope that it gives me 2 gems as part of the 4 items. It gives me 1 gem. Do I want the lucky rabbit's foot? I do not. I'm still hoping to get a showroom and a moon pendant today, so I'm not going to pick up the lucky rabbit's foot. What's the lucky rabbit's foot do? I'll pick it up. Greater chance of finding items. Those items could include gems. Okay, fine. It's just, I hope the moon pendant, I hope I don't get, if I get a moon pendant, I hope it doesn't choose the lucky rabbit's foot to start the next day with. Is my, quandary. So I have 1 doorway for the whole house. Just 1 doorway. Isn't that a great position to be in? We find ourselves there so often. Down to 1 doorway. I could dead end. I could dead end. I could dead end. Let's redraw. We'll do the conference room because it gives me a doorway up. It doesn't cost me a gem. If I had 3 gems, I could do a secret passage. Well, no, because if I get a showroom here, then my day is done, basically. Because showroom goes straight across. So anyway, we're just going to do this. Basically for the doorway up. Oh, dead ends. Okay, so we're gonna do this, which costs us steps, but doesn't dead end us. Break room will give us a special key. Alrighty. This looks like a lot. Okay, so we've got 11 plus a third of 1. So that's 11 and a third. Times 3 is 33 plus 1 is 34. Rounded to the nearest tens is 30. Minus 28. Because it's 30 minus 20 minus 6 minus a 36, which is 2. So it's minus 28. So 30 minus 28 is 2. Okay, so we've got 3. Reverse the digits is still 3. Times 10 is 30. Minus half of 4. Oh, this is a half. I have to do a half here. Sorry. So this is 2 plus a half of 1. So that's 2.5. Reverse the digits is 5.2. 5.2 times 10 is 52. Minus half of 4 is 50. Minus 2 times 20, so minus 40 is 10. And those notes have not changed. Yep, okay. Just making sure. I do want the treasure trove for the note more than for the coins. I will do treasure trove because I don't know if I'm going to get the choice of it again. But I do hope that it is a useful statement. I'm going to have to do the treasure trove a lot before it ends up being a useful statement. That much I'm pretty sure of. So this is a box with a moon, and we have a previous. Let's get over to our treasure trove notes. It says, pink boxes marked with moon always contain false statements. So this is a pink box with a moon. So this is day 121. Pink box, moon. There is no realm that flies the white flag. Well, that is false. There is a realm that flies the white flag. If I cared, I could tell you. Like, I could look it up in my notes and tell you, but the fact is that that's a lie. Okay. So I wasted a gem on a lie, on an obvious lie that doesn't further my knowledge any. Now I have no gems. And a single doorway. This day is going great. Oh, wow. Can't even do this. Dead end. Just gets me up at least. So we'll do that. It gives me a doorway up. I need to find a parlor and get 2 gems again. No matter how many times I increase my lockpicking skills, it still fails to basically pick on any lock. Well, I can either spend a star on redraw, or I can do the archives, or I can end my day. I'm going to do the archives. The archives suck, but I don't want to waste stars on redraws. So, and I don't want to end my day. So we're going to do the archives as much as the archives suck. We'll go over here first. Well, I can't afford either of these rooms. I don't know what this room is, but I guess that's what we're drafting. It's a utility closet. How useless. Because it dead ends us. Alrighty. We'll go over here. I don't have the, there's the showroom again, but I don't have the gems again, so we're gonna do this room. And it's another dead-end room, yay. And I won't get that package until I get to room, or rank 8. This archives is really killing me. 2 dead-end rooms, boom, boom. It's like, here are the rooms that you can see are useful, but they cost gems you don't have. The one room you can't see is a dead-end room. The one room you can't see but could draft is a dead-end room. That seems very intentional. You get what I'm saying? That seems super intentional. We're going to do the tunnel. Now, it's more responsible to do the pantry. I think today is going to end up being a bit of a wash day. See, I've increased my lockpicking skill numerous times in prior, experiments, and 6 times today. So I've increased my lockpicking skill at least 20 times overall, and still, can I pick this lock? No. Because it's increasing the skill by like fractions of a percentage. Showroom again, still don't have 2 gems. Do I spin the star here? Because this could very well just be a dead-end room. I might just end my day early without getting a moon pendant or anything. Because I don't want to spend stars. I'm trying to gain stars. That's why I bought a morning star, to gain a star. Okay, courtyard is not the end of the world. Courtyard's actually useful. We're not done yet. And we got a gem out of it. Nice. Aquarium would cost me a gem. The one gem I have, it would give me a doorway up and a doorway down. I hate the fact that I'm spending my one and only gem on an aquarium, but I need more doorway. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna have to give up on the showroom today, I think. Ooh, I meant to do the secret garden. When it asked for a key, the whole point was to do the secret garden. But that's fine. That's fine. I don't really need to get to the antechamber today. I have an allowance quest, but I don't need to do it. Oh, I want to buy a morning star. I haven't bought a morning star. I want to buy a morning star. Okay. So we're going to do the armory. For some reason, I thought I'd already bought a morning star, but I haven't. I just had the intention of buying a morning star. So yes, we're going to come here. We're going to buy a morning star. And I wish I'd had the Knight's Shield prior to drafting the archives, but I did not. Ooh, what's the prism key do from the aquarium? We could find out just as an experiment. Use the prism key from the aquarium. Do I buy the Knight's Shield? That's the question. Do I expect to get the weight room, right? If I get the dark room, I can come to utility closet and turn the lights on. That's not an issue. It's if I get the weight room. I will buy it. It's not the money. I wasn't concerned about the money. It's the faint hope of getting a moon pendant and then not wanting the moon pendant to choose. Okay, so here I can do a secret garden. Yeah, we're going to do a secret garden. So we're not going to test the prism key here. We're going to do a secret garden. I don't need the metal detector. Let's not pick that up. Because I don't really need keys or coins today, which is what the metal detector helps with. I need gems. Metal detector does not help me with that. We are going to go ahead and open the doorways. We might as well open both of them, so. See, I think this is less secure than just having a security door with a key card, because anyone who can get to like the if you can get the secret garden, or if you can get to, well, anyone can get to the Great Hall. If you get to the Great Hall and can open a door, then you can open, you know, one of the antechamber doors, whatever. So it's like servants can, or if you get to the green room, you know, and so there's rooms where you can open up, you know, have levers to open up doors at the antechamber, and I think that makes it less secure than the than a security door would have been. But regardless. So now I have a morning star, which will give me a star at the end of the day. Or for the, you know, yeah. Let's do library. It doesn't do anything for me, but just gives me a further doorway. Gallery will give me a couple gems. And connect me to the antechamber, so win-win. 2 gems. And a room 8 key. Go here, do the allowance quest. And this is my only doorway, and I want this to be a showroom. I don't have any rerolls, though. I'd like a showroom. We're going to take the gift shop. Pass right on through. I would like a showroom, please. Not going to do the vestibule. That costs 2 gems. The probability of this being a room that has a doorway going straight through is very low. So this is, if I don't do the vestibule, in other words, if I do this room or this room, I'm ending my day, essentially. Without a moon pendant. But with 58 stars and a morning star to make it 59, and then I could go outside and I could go in my day in the planetarium for another 2 stars. I'll do 1 redraw here. I hate it. Okay, I'm not going to screw around. I'm not getting a showroom today, apparently. But I will take the sauna. And then I have to, and it doesn't matter what gems I pick up, because I don't have a freezer, so I don't get to keep them. I have no more doorways to explore. I've ended my day, essentially. Or ended what I can do with the day. Now I just have to decide, do I want to call it a day in the planetarium for 2 stars? Or do I want to call it a day in the break room for a key card, guaranteed key card? But that will put the break room as an outer room option. I'm just going to do the planetarium. I want stars. So we'll do stars. So we're going to come here and we're just going to wind our way back around to the outside. I got 2 gems there at the end, but I didn't want to waste a bunch of stars trying to get a showroom. Because the whole point of having stuff for the next day is just to make the next day more productive. But all we're trying to do at this point is basically get stars. I don't know what else to do in the game at the moment. There's other things, like there's that castle puzzle, but I don't know how to, when I say castle puzzle, the C space space, A space space, S space space, T space space, L space space, E space space. And then there's the I, next line blank, next line I, next line O, next line O, post-it note. And then there's in the Blackbridge Grotto, then there's the letter, the letters on the statue, on the back of the statue in the cloister, which are C space X, and then a few blank lines, and then T space, I want to say R. It's in my notes. Oh no, E. It's E. It's some blank lines, and then E space T. And it's like I'm not clear. I'm not clear how to combine all of those. Keno has C, next line A, and then the cat makes like a blank line, I guess, and then a T. And then but I'm not sure how to combine all that into a useful like note or anything. I wonder. We're gonna go check out the mailroom and see what the mailroom gave us once we triggered this, right? It doesn't matter because we won't get to keep whatever it is. But just for the fun of it. Yeah, I'm kind of like in a holding pattern. I really need to get the tomb again. I want to get the tomb. Pick up those gems, but I don't get to keep them. I'll pick up the mask just because it will add to my found items, right? The stat, you know. I don't have a moon pendant, so I'm not getting to keep any of this stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I'm like, what secrets can I... What secrets, what blueprint secrets or game progression can I work on at this point? I do not know. I am kind of fumbling around at the moment. I'm eating all this fruit for steps I do not need. Just cause. Oh, I meant to, no, I did go to the mailroom. I did go to the mailroom. So I need to come over and then down and then, yeah. So this was not a day that we did a whole lot or even set up well for the following day. It is what it is. Yeah, I don't know how to get past the big blue door in the tunnel alcove. I don't. I don't know what to do with this post-it note. I don't know what to do with the servers that are in the freezer, but they might go here to replace these servers in theory. We've been up here. There was nothing more to do up here, that, so far as I could tell. And there's Reddington. Oh, apples on the street, but I can't pick them and eat them? Well, that's a... Oh, because I can't get past this? So are they saying if I could get past whatever this is, that then I'd have a source of apples for steps? But there's apple trees in the grove, and it doesn't let us have those apples, so I think it might just be art. I want to get past these big gates, but I haven't been able to do that. We dug up a microchip right here, but yeah, 'cause see, there's plenty of apples here, but they don't let us pick them and eat them for steps or things. So I think the little apple tree, that location is just kind of like not, you know, accessible. Alrighty. I need to stop wasting real world time. There's no room in the house that I want to test out if it's an outdoor room. Trying to consider, is there any benefit to the garage or the armory being outdoor? We already know about the treasure trove. Planetarium didn't seem special. Room 46 was not special. Cloister was not special. Foundation was not special. Courtyard was not, or no, Cloister was not special. If Cloister wasn't special, Courtyard's likely not special. Could put a secret garden outside. I could start putting bedrooms outside. Because bedrooms are what she mentioned in her ladyship's diary, and then she did the diagram of the outer room. So in theory, I could end the day in like the quest bedroom. And then have a quest, and then do a quest bedroom outside. But it's more likely to do with like the master bedroom, or like her diary mentions a few rooms that and the guest bedroom was mentioned, but not like in a super positive kind of way. So she mentions her own chamber. Ten less steps. Guest bedroom, no special effect. Bunk room, there was a flower put on someone's grave. Next morning, I went to the family tomb to visit his grave and was surprised to find a flower already laid. Master bedroom, more feet than normal. Servant's quarter is about half the feet. So the only ones with like positive effects. Well, her ladyship's chamber is 10 less steps, but also an additional star in the sky. So that's a trade-off, 10 less steps, but plus a star. And then like master bedrooms, like more feet or more steps. And then bunk room is a flower on someone's grave in the tomb. But none of these bedrooms seem to be like, seems to be a negative effect. This one seems to be no effect, and I think I've done this one and it was no effect. So I think we'll stick with our plan of just ending the day in the planetarium for plus 2 stars. Okay. Call it a day. I have my phone on Do Not Disturb, but I do need to check it on occasion. Okay. Day 121, Mount Holly, Garden Shopping Center of Tomorrow. 4 green rooms, 4 shop rooms, 4 tomorrow rooms. Total rooms 36, rank reached 9, steps taken 103, items found 10. Let us roll right into day 122. Alrighty, if you're just joining us, we're getting going on day 122. We just finished day 121. We do have a sauna again, so 90 steps again. That's really our only benefit. I did not get a moon pendant. I did not end the day in a break room, so I'm not starting with a key card or any items. My allowance is up to 146 for what it's worth. My stars are at 60 because I had a morning star and I ended my day in a planetarium. So let's pick up our allowance. And I really am looking for like a tomb. I want an outer room, but I want it to be the tomb if at all possible. We were not given the option of the tomb. So we have the option of planetarium because we did end our day in a planetarium, which is interesting because it was not a room in the house. It was a room in the outer building. So apparently it does count that. So if I end my day in a room in the outer building, then I have the option of that room again the following day when I have Blessing of the Monk, which I have. So I could choose planetarium again, or I can start with 2 special items. Let's... I am trying to increase stars, so we'll do the planetarium. And then we have no reason to step into it at the moment. So we'll just get going. Again, we do not have a foundation, nor do we have the opportunity to draft a foundation for a few more days. The repellent removed it from the draft pool for a week of game time. Not great choices to start with. We'll do this for the extra door. I'm actually going to do this. Well, this sometimes gives me an extra gem, but I can't really count on that. So now we're just going to do this for the extra door. It sometimes gives me an extra item right here, but it didn't today. Oh, it gives me a slippy mask, which I'm not going to pick up at the moment. We'll go ahead and do the passageway. Alrighty. It's hard to pass up the pool, meaning we don't pass up the pool. It does mean I'm down to 1 gem. I have no keys. I have no sledgehammer. I can't open the trunks yet. And I could spend that 1 gem on the commissary, or I could get another gem from the storeroom. We're going to go to the commissary. Maybe it will sell us gems today. It did not the prior day, so maybe it will today. Yes, it is selling gems. Nice. I will buy a sledgehammer. I will buy as many gems as it will sell me. I wish it was selling me a set of 4, but it is not. I don't have... Do I need a metal detector? I'm going to do without the metal detector for now. Okay. So now I can open up those chests, and I want a showroom. So. I have a key. 1 key. We'll take another gem and a doorway that goes up. The doorway that goes here doesn't matter as much because we could have gotten here from here. Give me showroom. I want the showroom. This is an okay place for a dining room. I maybe should have taken the garage for the 3 keys, but I did not. Obviously, do that. This would give me 2 keys. We will do the observatory. Inkwell and Diamondus Major for 5 more gems. Okay, so now today, day 121, I had a lot of keys and no gems. Today I have a decent number of gems and very few keys. I want the sauna. Do I want it right here and now? I guess I better take it while it's offered. Showroom, for sure. Yes, on the moon pen. Oh, we want all of this. What can we afford? We want a master key. We we want all of this. All right, and I have to come back and buy a moon pendant. I have to buy a moon pendant today, but I just need to buy a moon pendant by the end of the day. It doesn't help me during the day at all. So I just need to remember to buy it before I end the day. Ornate compass is really good. It's really nice to have. And I almost bought an ornate compass instead of the emerald bracelet because of the fact that I have 10 gems right now. But obviously I did not. We do still have to deal with the key card situation. But I don't necessarily want a dead end right here. Or a security door situation, I mean. Let's do this. And there's a security door already. So let's turn right around. We like the cloister. I don't have a shovel, so I'm not going to go in there just yet. Well, I want to look at the back of the statue and just make sure that it's C space X and then all the way down at the bottom E space T. So I think if this is castle, these are the letters in the last row, last column. I don't need the stuff, but I didn't need the other rooms either. We like the courtyard. Let's do that. We need a study is what we need. I'm gonna go down here and do this way. Well, there's a study. So now, oh, I don't, yeah, I have an emerald bracelet. So now I can spend gems on rerolls and not stars on rerolls. And this is giving me 2 more gems. Nice. Okay. So then I have to deal with my security door situation. Step 1, I'm dealing with the security door situation. Then this is a security door, right? Ooh. That means I need a computer terminal. I need a security room stat. Using this as like a free redraw. So now I need a room with a computer. And I'm going to have to redraw into it. Ooh, I want these things, all of these things, but they're not computers. Frustrating. I need a room with a computer. I'm using all of my stuff and I'm not getting a room with a computer. It won't let me have a room with a computer. Okay, office has a computer. Man, I burned so many gems right there. So many gems. Okay. So let's go pick up a gem. I'm going to spread gold because there's a few things I want to buy. Now, I have to remember not to start the lab experiment. I need to go into the security terminal. Always have to check for new email, new data transfers, even when we're not likely. Let's look at our glossary of terms. See if any of those have, if we've got any new ones, it looks like. Hmm. So key card lock, security lock, the same thing. Or key card door, security lock, same thing. These adjourn symbols. No, I don't see any new glossary terms, but we checked. Okay. So remote terminal, we need security. And we have to do this right. Okay. There's a key card somewhere that I missed? I didn't have to do the whole... If there's a key card somewhere that I missed, I didn't have to do all of this. Where's that key card? I missed a key card somewhere? Man, that's a major miss. I can't believe I missed a key card somewhere. That sucks, because I burned so many gems on rerolls for a computer room that I did not need if I had a key card somewhere. Yeah, it won't let me do another one. I was trying to cheat. So where's this key card? It's saying that one of the rooms that I did, I just totally missed picking up a key card. Which means I did not need to do the office, if that's the case. Which really, really sucks. Because I wasted so many rerolls on getting the office, and I passed over good rooms that I wanted. The conference room itself had the key card. So the very room that had the security door, and I just totally missed that it had the key card, and I could have just gone right through that door and never had to do the utility closet, never had to do the office. Man, I screwed up today. I gotta stop being so single-minded. I gotta look around. Not miss things. Wow, that's a huge opportunity waste there. Opportunity cost on all that. Huge. Huge. Okay. So if I don't want to end my day, I need a doorway this way or this way. How many mechanical rooms do I have? I have a workshop of a utility closet. That's 2. Mechanarium itself would be 3. We're going to chance it with the mechanarium. Okay. I don't need the locksmith. I do need another doorway. So we'll do the pump room. Sure, we'll do a locker room. But I won't step into it yet. Because I'm going to go right back to the conference room and pick up all the keys. Because I can use those keys in the locker room. Now, I haven't done a treasure trove yet today. I was offered one. I was offered an armory, and I passed on both of those in order to get an office that I did not need. I also didn't start an experiment when I did have the office. Oh, I'm so irritated with myself. Oh, I need to buy more things at the showroom before I forget. I want an ornate compass, but I also want a moon pendant. Don't know how much more money I'm going to get today. I'm probably going to get more money. Oh, the locker room's going to give me more money, so... Yeah, the locker room will give me more money, so let's just go ahead and buy the ornate compass. And then we'll have to come back to buy the moon pendant. And I have to remember to not forget to come back and buy the moon, buy the moon pendant. Now that I have a bunch of keys, I can go to the locker room and start using keys here. Well, I thought the locker room was going to give me more money. Give me more gems. Alrighty. My locker room notes. Alright. Skip this one. Do this one. Wow, a lot more gems. Do this one. And then do all of these. I want to save a key for the, oh, there's some money. I do want to save a key for the treasure trove if it comes back. So that means this is the last key I'm doing right now. And money, not quite 20 coin, but it is what it is. All right. I have to remember to not use that key. So now I can do security and start my lab experiment. And oh, I'm so upset with myself over the whole key card thing. Such a waste. No, I can't do the lab experiment because I already remote terminaled into a I already remote terminaled once today, so I can't remote terminal again today. That's right. So there's nothing more I can do. I didn't spend a gem on security and it gave me doorway, so it wasn't like, you know, a total waste, but I need an actual laboratory to start the experiment now. Do drawing room. Let's see. Let's redraw. And that was a mistake. Gymnasium is fine. I did turn off the things, so I did turn off the gymnasium, so that's fine. Always do the conservatory when it's offered. Drafting studio, yeah, we want to leave it at rare because we've already gotten all of those blueprints. Really nothing more I can do. Storeroom, commonplace. Office, standard. The office helps us with getting the king if we want to resolve the chess puzzle. I think standard's fine for it. Storm. I don't think I'm going to change any of these today. I mean, do I want the storeroom to be to be standard rather than commonplace? Sometimes I really do need those resources. I'm going to make it standard. Because although I can use the resources, it is a dead-end room, which is costly in itself. And it comes up a lot. Okay. Here we go. All right. The only point of the foyer is if we do want to get into the antechamber today. Okay, throne room is not bad. Hallway might, well. It's not letting me rotate the throne room. It's not letting me rotate the throne room, which is weird. Yeah, well, I wonder why isn't it? The first three, well, it says rotate the first 3 floor plans you draw. Wasn't the throne room one of those? But it wasn't letting me rotate the throne room. Just plain weird. Okay. Pick up another key that I can use in the locker room for more coin, to try to get more coin, maybe. If I end up with the treasure trove, I'll have plenty of coin, right? Great Hall, we can unlock all those doors, get coin, get more gems for rerolls. So, well, we don't have to unlock them because we did the foyer, so they're all unlocked to begin with. Do this. So we can get to the antechamber if we like get a quest bedroom or have some reason to go to the antechamber. Plenty of stuff. So now we have enough coin for a moon pendant. We just have to remember to buy it. have a sauna already today. Let's rotate the parlor around so I can do this area. I'm not going to pick up the coin purse because I don't want the coin purse with the moon pennant to pick up to choose the coin purse. This box has at least 2 true statements. The black box has at least 2 true statements. The gems are in this box. Okay. This is a true statement. This is a true statement. The gems are in this box. Not helpful. Every statement on the blue box is false. Every statement on the black box is true. The gems are in this box. Okay, well, so this white box cannot be fully true. It can't be fully true. There's at least one false statement because either every statement on the blue box, on the black box is true, or the gems are in this box, but they're not. That's not both the case. So this cannot be entirely true. Can it be entirely false? This box has at least 2 true statements. The black box has at least 2 true statements. The gems are in this box. Okay, each box says the gems are in this box. Okay. That can only be true for one of them. So that means 2 boxes are false. Their last statement is false. So there has to be an entirely true box. And therefore the entirely true box is the one with the gems. Because there has to be an entirely true box, there has to be an entirely false box. And there has to be a box and then the other box can be any combination of false and true in the third box. So since one of the boxes has to be entirely true and each box says the gems are in this box, the box that is entirely true is the one with the gems. So if we presume the blue box is entirely true, this box has at least 2 true statements. At least means that, but if they're all true, then that top one would be true. The black box has at least 2 true statements, would have to also be true. And that would be the first 2 statements, and then the last statement's false. So that works. It works for the black box to be entirely true. I mean, it works for the blue box to be entirely true and for the gems to be here. If the gems are here, then this is entirely true. This has second statement is true. The third statement is false. And the top statement can be considered true or false. And that's fine. So that works. But there would have to be a box that's entirely false. And that box, this box could not be entirely false in the case that the black box is entirely true. So then the white box would have to be entirely false. But that doesn't work because one of its statements is every statement on the black box is true. So if the black box is entirely true, if the black box is entirely true, then this second statement has to be true. So there would be no box that is entirely false. So the black box cannot be, by process of elimination, the black box cannot be the entirely true box. Can the white box be the entirely true box? No, because the white box says every statement on the black box is true. So the white box is claiming that the black box is the entirely true box. And there cannot be two entirely true boxes because the gems can only be in one box. Therefore, the blue box must be the one and only entirely true box. And therefore, the gems are in the blue box. All right. We want the armory, but we're going to rotate it. We will buy the Morning Star. If we end our day in the break room, we could have a key card guaranteed tomorrow. I have a key card right now, right? Did I pick it up? I did pick it up. So Moon Pendant might already give us key card, and it's not necessarily going to let us have 3 items. But then again, it might, you know. I don't need a special key at this point in time. I don't need more keys at this point in time. I do need more money. Oh, because I spent money at the armory, so now I need more money again for the Moon Pendant. Right. Yeah, so let's do the casino to get more money. Yeah, okay. When I bought the Morning Star at the... there we go. And I'm not going to gamble any of that money. I'm just... be happy for what I got. Okay. Quest bedroom gives us a reason to go into the antechamber, so that's fine. We'll do that. Another gem. Now we can go here and try to do this area over here. We'll do the gift shop. Mailroom might be nice. Workshop will give us another item. The prior workshop had a battery pack, so this workshop might just have a broken lever. I don't know that I need to make a power hammer or a jackhammer. I don't have a shovel. I can't make a jackhammer. So I don't necessarily, and in a workshop might give me a shovel. What could the mailroom conceivably give me? More gems, more keys. think I want the mail room. And maybe I can get a clock tower to work with these tomorrow rooms. That order should appear. There we go. I'm not going to pick up the lockpick kit because I have a master key and I don't want the moon pendant to choose the lockpick kit over the master key. But I did take those gems. And now let's go back this way and we will draft this room from the drawing room where we have a free reroll. And then we have this doorway off of security and we have this doorway off of the mechanarium. We can also just go ahead and do our allowance quest right now before we forget about it. Okay. I'm doing allowance quests way too much. Like, you know, my allowance doesn't really need to be that high, but it's just something to do for the day, you know. It's a little mini goal, little mini objective. And having money doesn't hurt. Throne room here, not bad, not necessary. Let's spend our free redraw because what I really want is a treasure trove. Again, for the note more than for the coin. Did not. Let's see if we can get a morning room. Let's do the kitchen, see if we can get a morning room. Bacon and eggs. We'll add a morning room. We'll do that. And I still have enough coin for the moon pendant. Let's let's see what we can do here. Trophy room, more gems, a doorway over here. That's fine. We'll do that. More gems means more redraws. Rotating this, it's already in the orientation that's best, so we don't want to rotate it. Okay. It's too late in the day to start the lab experiment, I think. So, let's just start redrawing. Not the throne room. I want the come on. I want the treasure trove. Give me treasure trove. Freezer would be good, except for then, oh no, I'm gonna want the treasure trove. We're going to take the clock tower and then try to do treasure trove off of this doorway. Because if we do not end up with a master key, if the moon pendant doesn't give us a master key, well, whether it does or doesn't, we like starting with some keys. There's a gem. And before we forget, we should go to the locker room and do the rest of those, or do 3 more lockers. Where's the locker room? Well, it's on our way. So yeah, so we're gonna go. And straight down to the locker room. Okay. And we can do this one. We can do this one. And we can do our workshop has a battery pack, right? We might as well make a power hammer. So we'll go ahead and pick this up and remember to make a power hammer. Okay. And then we can do one more. Who's feeling lucky? That one wasn't lucky. Okay, but I need to save my last key for the treasure trove. Okay. All right. I want a treasure trove here. We're going to spend gems on redraws. I want a treasure trove. I'll take a break room and then do my redraws over here. Make sure there's no extra coin or key or something. All right, so that's 16. 5 plus 6 is 11. All right. 1 squared is 1. Rounding nearest 10 is 0. Plus 2 is 2 squared is 4. Rounding nearest 10 is 0. Plus 3 is 3 squared is 9. Rounding nearest 10 is 10. Minus 7 is 3. Uh, 6 plus 5 is 11. It's saying I did this one wrong? Okay. Oh, it's -1. Okay, -1 squared is 1. Rounded to the nearest 10 is 0. -2 is -2 squared is 4. Rounded to the nearest 10 is 0. -3 is -3 squared is 9. Rounded to the nearest 10 is 10. And it's not 10 minus 7, it's 10 plus 7, which is 17. All right, silver key, not what I was looking for. Redraw. Redraw. Treasure trove. That's what I want. Again, the money is nice. More than nice, sure. No problem buying the moon pendant now, right? But we have no more doorways. This is a pink wavy box. So let me get to my treasure trove. No. This is day 122. Pink box. Wavy lines. It's probably like a flame symbol or something, but I'm just saying wavy lines. The previous box in this room contained a true statement. Well, that's false, and I already knew that that was false. So we still haven't learned anything new. Maybe we will someday, though. I keep betting on the treasure trove that it will tell me something new and profound someday. There are no more rooms that we can draft. But we have a sauna, so we're going to get 20 extra steps. We have a clock tower, so we're going to get some extra keys. Because we have a few tomorrow rooms. We did an allowance quest. We adjusted rarities via the conservatory. Not a whole lot, really. We need to go buy a moon pendant right now. So let's go buy a moon pendant. Okay. And then we could go eat dinner, or we have no reason to do so. We have no reason not to do so, really. We do want to... Well, we want to go back and we want to go to the workshop. So let's do that. I'll step into the dining room, then I'll go over and go to the workshop. No reason not to eat our dinner. It wants the showroom. We have the showroom, so we're going to get the full... all those steps. We have some pretty useful items. We have, at the moment, a broken lever, which we don't want to retain, but I'm going to go to the workshop and combine it with a battery and combine it with the sledgehammer to make a power hammer. We maybe have the ability. We did a study, right? Didn't we do a study? Yeah, because that's how we've been using gems for rerolls. So we have the study, we have the office, we probably have, I don't know if we have the bishop. I don't think I did a chapel today. We might not have the bishop, so we might not be able to do a chess puzzle. But even if we did, I don't think we have a reason to do it today. But, you know. Anywho. One moment. Yeah, we don't have the bishop because we don't have a chapel today. So we don't have a chapel or an attic. We needed a chapel or an attic or a bookshop or a rumpus room, and I don't have any of those four. So I don't have the bishop today, so I can't do the chess puzzle today, but I don't really need to do the chess puzzle today. Here, pick up the battery, and we're just gonna make a power hammer and pick that up because a power hammer is always more useful than a regular sledgehammer. And then that way, if the moon pendant chooses it, we would have a power hammer versus just a regular sledgehammer. But we gotta actually pick it up. Okay, here we go. I have a silver key that I hope the moon pendant doesn't pick, to be honest. But I have no control over that. So now we're gonna go. I think we've done all the things. So I think now we just go outside and go to the planetarium to end our day. I think we've done everything we intended to do today. Alrighty, so just go outside. Pretty sure I made a wish today, but I will check. Yes, I already made the wish for the day. So we're just going to go in the day in the planetarium for an extra 2 stars. Alrighty, we're going to call it a day. Wish I could keep those 20 gems. I was offered a freezer, but I wasn't offered a freezer at the time that I wanted to use it because I needed to keep my gems and I needed to keep my gems and my money at that point in time, so I didn't choose the freezer at that moment. Mount Holly, Garden Shopping Center of Tomorrow. 4 green rooms, 7 shop rooms, 5 tomorrow rooms. 5 tomorrow rooms means 5, starting with 5 keys tomorrow. Okay, whether or not we end up with the master key from the moon pendant. Total rooms 43, rank reached 9, steps taken 103, items found 8. This was day 122. Thank you for being with me this day. We will see you for day 123. Alrighty. Have a good one. Bye. Alrighty, we're going to get going on day 123 of Blueprints. Let's get it going. We ended day 122 having basically set ourselves up with some stuff for this coming day. So we should be in a relatively advantaged position at the start of this day. We didn't get a freezer, but we did get a sauna, so we have 90 steps. We have 4 keys because we had a clock tower. We also have the moon pendant, which is letting us keep a key card and an emerald bracelet, so we won't have to worry about gems today. We will still want a showroom because we'll still want to buy a master key, but we don't have to worry about security doors because we have a key card. We're at 64 stars. We ended the day in the planetarium as an outer room. We'll probably get the planetarium as an outer room as an option again because we have the blessing of the monk going on. We have the mantle of the knight, so we should have the option. We should be at some point given the option to draft the armory, which we probably will. But let's go ahead and pick up our allowance, which is at 148. Now, as far as the outer room goes, I kind of want to test a theory in the tomb. Well, I say theory. I want to test an idea. It's not even so much a theory, it's just an idea. I want to test an idea in the tomb. So if we get the opportunity and get the tomb, we'll probably take that. Otherwise, we didn't get... Okay, root cellar, tool shed, planetarium. Those were the same choices we had the prior day. So for the same reasoning, we're going to take the planetarium. Don't need to go in there until the end of the day. But I feel like at some point in time, it should give us the tomb as an option. But maybe we don't get the tomb as an option when we have Blessing of the Monk going on. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Because this house room, given as an option for the outer room, is in place of whether the third option would be. But it didn't need to be root cellar, tool shed, and then, monk room, 3 days in a row. So it could have, in my opinion, it could have given me the option of tomb, root cellar, and planetarium, and I would have chosen tomb, or tomb, schoolhouse. You're right, and I would have chosen tomb, right? But for some reason, 2, maybe 3 days in a row, I have to go back and look. But I know at least day 122, we had the exact same 3 options: root cellar, tool shed, planetarium. If it was the same 3 options the day before, root cellar, tool shed, planetarium, then I would call that foul, because that's not really random. If you're just going to say, well, you can never have the tomb, or you can never have the shrine while you've got Blessing of the Monk going on, right? Or you can never have any other, outer room you might be looking for if you've got Blessing of the Monk going on, right? Kind of thing. So we'll see how it goes. But the Blessing of the Monk will wear off, and then I probably won't do it again for a while until I have a reason to do so. Okay. So once again, I have an emerald bracelet. Therefore, I don't really need to collect gems. Except for the fact that if we get a study, then gems can be used for rerolls, right? In place of using stars for rerolls. And the den does give me a doorway here and here. So the den is the better option at the moment. I don't need a utility closet because I do have a key card. What I kind of need are keys. But we'll do this. I'm not speed running, but I'm kind of, just set on a path. So we'll do the observatory. Did not cost us a gem to do so because we got their emerald bracelet. Inkwell sail. Okay. And then commissary. Problem with the commissary this soon is then I would be down at 2 doorways. So let's just do the hallway and get a key. because now I'm at 5 keys. I don't have a master key though, right? So let's hope I get a showroom soon. Okay, now I'm willing to do the commissary. We do want a sledgehammer. I don't necessarily want a salt shaker, compass, or shovel. So we're going to leave all of those there. I could redraw, but I will just do the workshop, which will offer us some item battery pack. Okay, I don't need to pick that up unless I get the broken lever. If I get the broken lever, then I'll come get it and make a power hammer. I could dead end and make gems worth rerolls, but I'd be kind of screwing myself because I'm in this corner, right? I need doorways, so let's redraw. I need doorways like here or here. Well, I guess I could do spare servants' quarters and get a doorway right here. So let's do that. It'll give us 2 keys. Maybe something extra, maybe not. Sleeping mask, I'm not going to pick up at the moment. Because if I get a moon pendant, I don't want it to keep the sleeping mask. We like the treasure trove. We wish we could rotate it. I can't take the treasure trove right now because it would basically end my day, but I'm going to want it later. Or after I can rotate it. Or just later elsewhere, right? So we're going to do conference room. Try to make sure we don't miss an item in the conference room. Last time I did conference room, there was a key card right here and I didn't see it. And then I wasted a bunch of actions, gems, room spots to do things I didn't need to do. Chapel's fine. Parlor's fine. The logic games can be fun. Let's do that. All boxes displaying the word empty are empty. All statements displaying the word true are true. Okay. All boxes displaying the word gems contain gems. All statements displaying the word word contain words. Well, this bottom statement is definitely true. All statements displaying the word word contain words is definitely true. All statements displaying the word boxes are false. All statements displaying the word statements are true. All statements displaying the word statements are true cannot be true, because then what would happen is there'd be no box that could be completely false, because this box, this has a true, and this box has a statement with the word statement, so this would have to be true. We know at least one box has to be completely false, so this bottom statement has to be false. All statements displaying the word boxes are false. Think this has to be false. All statements displaying the word boxes are false because that statement itself displays the word boxes. So therefore it can't be true. So this box is entirely false. There has to be, in this box, the bottom statement at the very least is true. And there has to be a box that is entirely true. All boxes displaying the word gems contain gems. Well, there's only one box containing or statement containing gems, and that's the statement itself. So if that is true, then the gems are in the white box, and the white box would have to be completely true. Well, what's this one? All boxes displaying the word empty are empty. That's the only statement that has the word empty. So that could be true. All statements displaying the word true are true. So this could be true. This could be true. All statements displaying the word statements are true. That's false. So therefore, all statements displaying the word true are true is false. Therefore, this has to be the completely true box. So therefore, this has to have the gems. Okay. We will do security. I have a key card, so what we're going to do is we're going to make security high, and we're going to start the lab experiment. We're going to make... Yep. And let me get over... I want to see my notes. I wasn't on my notes page on my other monitor. Okay. I've missed 5 coins somewhere. Not sure where, but okay. Let's set the security level high. Let's change the offline mode to unlocked. Return here. Log in. No new staff announcement. No new electronic mail. No new data packets. We're going to remote terminal into the laboratory. Set up an experiment. We want to gain stars with our experiment for sure. Each time we draft an upgraded floor plan, we tend to do that. We've done it numerous times already, I think. Does not require us digging up anything, so we don't necessarily need to buy a shovel. Unless we have an issue with keys. Okay. So now let's take a look at, or let's draft this room. We don't like any of those choices, really, so let's redraw. We definitely want the showroom. We definitely want a master key and a moon pendant. And I don't think I need a chronograph. I don't think I need a silver spoon. So that's all we're going to buy, and then we're going to leave us some money for other things, like maybe going to the kitchen, getting morning room added to the draft pool with bacon and eggs if possible. Maybe doing an armory and buying things at the armory, right? So we can always come back to the showroom if we really need to. We haven't drafted a dining room yet, so if I was going to run out of steps, I could go to showroom, buy a spoon, then go do the dining room. You know? Okay, this is a dead-end spot, so if I do a workshop, I might get a broken lever, and then I would go around. I'd pick up the battery. I'd make a power hammer. Could do a walk-in closet and get stuff. Let's just go ahead and get stuff from the walk-in closet. Since it's a dead-end spot, let's put it in a dead-end room. Reroll dice we like. Gems, we're going to try to do a study and turn gems into rerolls. Running shoes I'm going to leave alone. I don't want the moon pendant to choose running shoes. Okay, let's go back this way. This is our only doorway. So let's go back through here to here. We have rerolls. We need to get ourselves out of this single door situation. Dining room is fine here. That works. Come over here. Master key. Aquarium's good. It gives us another doorway. I can't rotate. I don't have an ornate compass today. The showroom wasn't selling one, and that's a shame because I really like that rotation effect. But if I do the boiler room, I have a doorway over here. Let's do that and save ourselves a redraw. So we're doing the boiler room just for the doorway on to the other side. We do want treasure trove. We're not going to pass it up this time. We had to pass it up previously, or the first time it showed it to us, because that would have ended our day. Let's pick up all of this money. So much money that we do not need. All this money we cannot use. Unless we get a laundry. We could get a laundry and trade money into... Oh, I don't even need anything today. I've got a master key. I've got an emerald bracelet. I guess into gems for rerolls if I get a study, right? So if I get a study in a laundry room, that could be a good combination. Now let's go to note-taking mode. And this is day 123. It's a black box with a sun. And we were told previously all boxes marked with sun contain memos that are true. So this memo is going to be true. Regardless of what color it is, it's true. So it's green, but it's true. You will need a key to obtain the true treasure of the trove. Well, I knew that. I need to. We put the when we put the treasure trove as the outdoor house. I mean, as the outdoor room, it shows us this box. It's a unique kind of new kind of chest that requires a key, and none of the special keys worked, and power hammer didn't work, and all that. But like master key didn't work, regular keys didn't work, silver key didn't work. I didn't try prism key, but I'm imagining that won't work. Of course, secret garden key didn't work. Yeah, so I will need a key, yeah, but I need a particular key apparently. So again, it's still telling me something I already know, but maybe next time I do treasure trove, it'll tell me something new. Let's redraw here because I want a doorway over this way. Yeah, we'll do the music room. Regular key, secret garden key. So I think we tried a silver key on the treasure trove. I mean, we tried all kinds of stuff. All kinds of special keys and things. We need a new kind of special key. I don't really need more keys. I do want doorways down here, so let's do patio. This will put gems in the conference room, just like 2. I'll put 2 gems in the conference room. We don't have a shovel. We could buy a shovel, but I didn't. It's fine. We could do a secret garden right here. Let's do a secret garden right here. No reason not to. Do a secret garden. Okay, now there's actually fruit in the dining room as well. We're gonna open up both doors of the antechamber because we have no reason not to. Okay. So now we just want to do this room, which we know is going to be a dead end. Well, I mean, it's a dead end space. Not the best position for the pool, but we should never pass up the pool. So let's do the pool. We really like the pool. Not only does it give us these 2 chests, which we can open with a sledgehammer, a morning star, or keys, but it also adds the sauna to today's draft pool, and we really like the sauna as well. But we can't get the sauna until we do the pool first. Okay. So now we're going to go all the way back to this doorway over here. And I can pop down to the conference room and maybe, well, I maybe don't. What's in the conference room? A couple gems, a lot of fruit. I don't need to pop over there just yet. But then again, there's no reason not to pop over there. So let's... So we could do this doorway right now, but we're just going to pop over here. And now I wish I had made my experiment trigger eating apples, right? Instead of upgraded rooms, because look at all those apples I'm eating. And exactly 2 gems. Boom. Boom. As I had calculated. Okay. Now we can just do this doorway. We don't need the doorway here, so we might as well do the workshop. We don't need the golden compass. So it's not giving us a broken lever. So that was good not to pick up the battery pack at the other place. Or it's not a golden compass, it's a brass compass, right? I don't need the brass compass. Drawing room is good. Let's do that. I don't have a study yet, so I'm not able to use gems for rerolls yet. Let's do our free redraw here. We'll do the corridor. We'll do the... well, we don't really need the foyer because we have the master key. Let's do the reading nook. Okay. The kitchen is going the direction I want to go. So let's do that. Do we have bacon and eggs? We do have bacon and eggs. Let's do that to get the, and we might as well go ahead and eat a club sandwich. It's pretty cheap. Okay, now... let's do master key. Library would connect us to here. And we'd be foregoing this spot, which I think is maybe fine. I don't think I need a redraw, so we'll do that. So we have a way to get to the antechamber because we've opened this door and that door via the secret garden. We don't have a quest bedroom, so I don't have a reason to go there yet, but we have a way to get there if we wanted to. More importantly, we got the rank 8. Now, have I found the... I walked into the library. I didn't mean to walk into the library. Whatever. I've got plenty of steps. Have I found the hidden blue note in the reading nook? There should be a blue memo. Have I found it in the reading nook yet? I should consolidate all of my Blue tent, blue memo notes in one place so they're easy to find. I'll feel silly if I spend a lot of time looking for this and I've already got it. You know, if I've already previously found it. The rook can perform a special move with another piece. Okay, and that is a true statement. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so that would be the rook with the castle can perform a castling move. But what's that have to do with, how do we employ that? How do we use that? That's a new piece of information, I think, but how do we use it? Okay, so I'm going to say I have to think about how I can apply that note, like, you know, how to apply it to the game. Does that mean solve the chess puzzle with like a king piece, like office or whatever, office or throne room down here, and one of these, or no, like over, like somewhere over here, and then the rook, a rook room in the corner, like reading nook in the corner. We can sometimes get reading nook in the corner. So if I get reading nook in the corner, am I supposed to get then throne room or office over here? And then with no other chess piece rooms in between. And then or no other chess pieces in between, like if I have a pawn, put the pawn somewhere else. So that when we solve the chess puzzle, we have a rook, and we have the rook and the king down here on the bottom row with nothing in between them. And then something special will happen, maybe? I don't know. All right. The neighborhood kids are playing outside, probably on my deck, it sounds like. Yeah, it sounds like they're playing on my deck or in my backyard. That's fine. Silver key is good right here. Yeah, we can do Cloister of Daoja. I could get in there, but I don't have a shovel, so I don't have a reason to at the moment. So I want to do rooms with animals off of the Cloister of Daoja. That's not a whole lot of rooms. We learned that the quest bedroom does not count for that. But I'm going to take a quest bedroom anyway. Unless the vault doesn't have an actual animal in it, right? It has statuary and stuff, but not an actual animal. So, and this has a couple of like figurines of animals, but does not count for the cloister as an animal. So we've got 2 more spots we could attempt this. Let's try here. Throne room, again, does not have an animal in it. Right? Like it don't... Let me check my notes. Trophy room does, then does Dovecote, Aquarium, Secret Garden, Kennel, Dining Room, but not, it does not say Throne Room. I'm going to do the Throne Room anyway for reasons. Like basically, I can't do the den, it's already out there. Trophy room, maybe not likely to come up. Dovecote, maybe. Aquarium's already out there. Secret Garden's already out there. Kennel, maybe. Dining room's already out there. So there's very few rooms that could go and satisfy Cloister or Daoja and give me 2 extra stars, so I'm not likely to redraw into them anytime soon. And it's stupid to burn all my redraws and then have to burn stars and redraws to try to get a room that's going to give me 2 stars. That's defeatist, or it defeats the purpose. So now if I had study already and could use gems for redraws, then sure, I would do that, but I don't. So let's do this for now. And this did not count as a room with a fireplace or a animal. I didn't think it would, but I still want to figure out how to reclaim the crown in the throne room, and I don't know yet. We want a sauna. We do want a sauna, but the problem is that then I'm reliant on this one doorway to get me progress for the day. So I could redraw here. I probably need to redraw here. Oh, I also want the study. Okay, I'm going to do something controversial. I'm going to take the study. And it does not have an animal. So it doesn't, trigger has a feather, but not an animal, so it doesn't trigger the cloister of Dowja, unfortunately. But now I can spend gems on redraws, and now I'll come back here, and I'm going to try to redraw into a kennel if I can. I mean, Dovecote would be an animal, and I'd get 2 stars for that, but then it leads down here, and that ends my day. So let's try for a kennel. Courtyard is not a kennel. Oh, ooh. I like a courtyard. I like courtyard, but it doesn't have any animals in it. Unless it does. Does it have a bird? Does the courtyard count as having animals? Does it have birds flitting about? I don't think it does, but let's find out. Okay, the courtyard does not count. Yeah, it has trees and it's open, but apparently it doesn't have any birds or animals. Okay. All right. Lesson learned. Courtyard does not count. But now we can do this room. I could do a laundry room. And that would let me turn a lot of money into gems for a lot of reroll opportunities. We'll do this. We might not use it yet. And we come over here and we go, hey, this is our only doorway for the whole rest of this. Oh, I have a quest bedroom. What I should do before I move on, go on, is just go ahead and do the... Let's go ahead and do the allowance quest before we forget. I've got plenty of steps. I'm not worried about my steps. I'm worried about forgetting to do things before I call it a day. That's what I'm more worried about. We added a morning room to the draft pool, so we need to try to get a morning room today. Right now we increased our allowance. Okay, so we've done that. So now we don't have to worry about forgetting to do that. We have done it. We could eat dinner, but we've got plenty of steps, so we'll wait on that. Just go through here. We need to redraw, right? Yes, we do. Office gives us a doorway this way. So we can redraw. Or just take this. And I'm just checking to see what all I've missed in the house. Okay, so 32 coins. I have not missed a broken lever anywhere. I passed up on the metal detector. I passed up on the compass. I passed up on the running shoes. I did pass up on the sleeping mask, and I passed up on the battery pack. So I haven't missed anything because the 32 coins are in the conference room, and they were put there just now via the office. So I can go pick those up. Let's go pick those up and maybe eat our dinner because we have no reason not to. Because then I might come to the laundry room and get a bunch of gems. A crap a ton of gems. This wants us to have a boiler room. Do I have a boiler room? I do have a boiler room, so might as well eat now. Okay. And we'll go collect all this money. More money than we can use, other than the fact that it gets turned into gems. Oh, you know what I should have done? Let's leave this money right here. Yeah, let's leave this money right here. The reason being is because then I can pick up money after I turn money into gems. That's what I should have done. I should have just left the money in the conference room untouched. Then I could have turned a bunch of money into a bunch of gems and then go pick up money and still have money. But I didn't think of that. All right, we're going to leave that money right there. However much money that is, we're just going to leave that alone for the moment. I got to think these things through. I got to come up with. I have to come up with a good plan, and then, think it through. Okay. So, do I need to turn all my money into gems? Not necessarily, but I do want more rerolls than I presently have, so I don't really have a choice. But I do need money. Ooh, I need money for the armory, right? So let's wait until we get an armory. After we buy from the armory, then I can turn my remaining money into gems. Yeah, let's do that. Mechanarium, I have some mechanical rooms. What do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So this would be number 5. So that should give me some doorway. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and do the mechanarium. And that's a trophy room. I think I have a doorway up here, so we can do the trophy room for some free gems, which is free rerolls. And let's reroll into something useful. We like the morning room. We're not going to pick up the coin purse. We appreciate that it's there, but we're not going to pick it up. Alrighty, so we got our morning room, which is another tomorrow room. So I will want a clock tower and a sauna because I had to pass on the sauna earlier, I think. Yeah, I passed on the sauna and took the study. So I'm going to want a sauna. I want a sauna, a clock tower. What else do I want? Oh, an armory. I want an armory because I have Mantle of the Night, so armories should be showing up, but I haven't seen it yet. So I want an armory, and I want a clock tower, and I want, yeah. So I want things. It's a silver key. I guess I will pick up the, well, I may not want the silver key. Let's redraw. I do want a sauna, but I need more doorways, so let's redraw. Vestibule is fine because I have a master key. So yeah, we'll take the vestibule. And then, okay, I've already opened up the door, so I don't need to do that. I don't think I need to pick up the silver key. There's a silver key in one of these cubbies, but I don't need to pick it up. Yeah, there's a silver key right there, but I don't need it. So now, now I do want the sauna, and I do want the clock tower, and I do want the, what was the third room I wanted? Sauna, clock tower, and armory. I want the armory. Yeah. Sauna, clock tower, armory. Okay. So let's go here and try to get one of those rooms into this spot here. Sauna. Okay. That works. So now let's go up here and try to get, or, nope, sorry. Let's go. Fourth time's the charm. Go here and do the armory for sure. We didn't even have to reroll for that. Nice. We'll do the Morning Star. That's all we need to do there. And then now that we have two doors, we could want a clock tower and then a freezer. I can basically maybe force that to happen, because now I can go pick up the coins here. I have plenty of steps. So yeah, we're gonna use some steps. But we're gonna do something a little monumental. There is nothing else I need to buy, right? From the showroom, nothing. So I can go to laundry room, and I'm going to exchange my money and my gems is what I'm going to do. I have a shit ton of gems. So many gems that I wouldn't even need an emerald bracelet tomorrow. I have a moon pendant, and it might still give me a emerald bracelet tomorrow, but I certainly wouldn't need one, right? Because I'm going to go here. We're going to swap coins for all of our gems for all of our coins. So it's going to spend 5 coins, and we're going to get a shit ton of gems, which on each doorway, we can use up to 8 of those for rerolls per the study. So we're only going to be able to use 16 of those for rerolls. But that's fine. Because then when we freeze, we're going to freeze with if we freeze, we're going to freeze with a shit ton of gems. So then now we're going to go over here and pick up the remaining coins. All the coins that I should not have picked up any coins prior to, you know, doing this. But anyway, so now we're going to come over here. We're going to go down to the conference room, pick up all those remaining coins that add to the 15. We have 15 coins because we had 15 gems. And now we're going to add these coins to that total. Alrighty. Look how many gems we have. We are super rich in gems. So now we're going to come up and we're going to do these rooms, and I'm going to first try to re-roll into, and well, it doesn't matter what order I re-roll them. Because I don't need gems or coins for anything more. So whether I do a freezer first or the observatory first, I just want to try to get both. Wasting steps, going the wrong direction, but it's fine. I've got enough steps that it's fine. This time. And we're going to end our day in the planetarium. All right, so we're going to go over here. And we're going to re-roll. Now I can only use gems up to 8 times per doorway. Come on. It did not give it to me. Do I want to spend stars? No. We'll do the attic just in case it has anything super interesting. Or I could do the solarium to make the, well, anyway, we're just going to do the attic. We'll pick up all of this stuff because there's no reason not to. I don't want to pick up the magnifying glass. I can pick up the broken lever, combine it with the battery right here, and make power hammer. So we'll do that. At this point, I probably am going to want a freezer more than I want a clock tower, but I'm not going to have much option. Like, I'm going to just try to take whatever I can get, if it will let me have either. It may not let me have either, which would be really disappointing. Conservatory. Ooh. It sucks to pass on the conservatory, but I'm going to pass on the conservatory. Conservatory again. There's the freezer. So we're going to freeze with 127 gems and 29 coins. So we're going to start the next day with 127 gems. That's insane. But we don't have a clock tower, right? Yeah, I did not previously get a clock tower, so we won't have any extra keys unless the moon pendant lets us have the master key. I did not pick up lockpicks intentionally. So now we're going to go down. We'll stop at the workshop. We'll make our power hammer, and then we're just going to go outside and end the day in the planetarium. We also have a morning star, so increasing our stars, that's what we're trying to do. It would have been nice to have the clock tower, but, you know, was not able to get everything without making sacrifices I didn't want to make. Namely, I didn't want to spend stars on rerolls. I wish it was like infinite gems on rerolls and not just 8 per doorway. Because then that trick, I could have just really brute forced it, you know. So this is not the one with the battery pack, but we will get to the one with the battery pack, which is down here. Okay. Pick up battery pack. And as we've been doing most days, making a power hammer now. Boom, boom, boom. Assemble a power hammer. Pick up said power hammer. I don't think there's anything left to do today other than come over here and go outside and go to the planetarium. Yeah. We've triggered this 5 times for 5 stars. This will give us a star, and in the planetarium will give us 2 stars. So unfortunately, Cloister of Dalja, we weren't able to get any animal rooms off the Cloister of Dalja, so we're not getting stars off the Cloister of Dalja. We've triggered that once or twice since we upgraded it to the Cloister of Dalja, but we're not triggering it all the time, which is a shame. But still, we're gonna start the next day with a lot of with, you know, 100. Well, we'll have 2 from the gemstone counter, so 129 gems. And if we can get the study early and turn those into rerolls, sweet, you know. All right, let's call it a day here. Okay, this was day 123. Mount Holly Garden Castle of Tomorrow. 6 green rooms, throne room, 4 tomorrow rooms. Total rooms 44. Rank reached 9. Steps taken 137. Items found 9. Alrighty. Well, thank you for being with me for day 123. We'll see you all for day 124. Come on. Save and quit. Have a good one, guys. Alrighty. Bye.